1090.
Bank of England's Haskell says the signs of a slowdown do not imply less tightening given the strength of the labour market, rise in inactivity.
You don't have to take the plays, right? But if you see the setup that I'm mentioning, just mark the levels, you know? If it's not something that you're comfortable with, that's totally fine. Don't worry about it. There'll be plenty of other plays, but as long as you're applying the same principles that I'm using, you know, it'll be fine, honestly. The system I use is very simple once you understand what we're looking for and why we're looking for those things. And just a simple range break from value area, and then the breakdown right back down to POC, right? And the retested POC, where the most volume's been traded for the day, where most people are finding value. Like, of course, they're going to be buyers at value. So then we play that right back up to to value area high, and then from there we look for the break of the range of the day. It would be value area to value area. As soon as we're able to hold value area high, then we can go for a continuation.
Bank of England's Haskell says I voted for a significant hike to lean against upside risks.
But like, why is that? What is that telling us if people are willing to buy outside of what is perceived value from POC? They believe that it's going to continue. So it's giving us our continuation bias. They're your buyers on Tesla from our buy-in. We're looking for it to recover POC now for a secondary entry signal if you didn't buy the dip buy from VWAP.
And Bank of England's Haskell is concerned that price rises become embedded.
It's the same thing for VWAP. It'll act as the same, which is it's a perceived area of value, right? Because it's your volume weighted average. So if we understand that that's what a VWAP is it's your value area, right? Or that average move, then we can take that as a place of a potential buy. So for Tesla, for example, if we understand that buyers are going to be present at that area for a retrace, we can take profits into POC, understanding that that's going to be another area where people are going to be selling. So now you have a profit area from VWAP to POC. And if we break back over POC and are able to hold that, then we know that we can play that up to value area high. So now you have targets built based off of where volume has been traded on the day, where perceived value is. Dan, it's been forever. Hope you're doing all right.
TSLA call sweep bought for strike 192.5, and total premiums 117,356.
This might be the NEM break that I was looking for. So what we've got going on right now for ES is that you have these lower highs forming with the higher lows on the shorter time frames. So we're just seeing if the pennant can hold that it's creating. And if you look across the board at Futes, we see that we're below our halfway back on ES. We've just recovered it on NQ, and RTY is struggling the most out of all three. It looks like RTY wants to come back down to VWAP. It looks like tech is what's carrying right now, and it looks like everything else, like retail and energy, are struggling. So we want to see these VWAP touches for RTY and ES before any sort of larger move happens, which means that that pennant's probably going to break to the downside, and we're going to come back down to this range just by like basic deduction. If we know these higher lows aren't holding, and we know that those two need to recover their halfway backs, what's more likely to happen here? A retest of our old range, or their strength? Understanding that we're rejecting our halfway backs, and that VWAP's below. So here's your VWAP test. This is also your ADR level for VIXI, which is where we always see a bounce. And this is your extreme now on tick. So we need to wait for confirmation now, because what happens once we've hit an extreme? We have a potential trend change. So now that we're at VWAP, get a slight bounce. That doesn't mean we've recovered. It just means that it's a potential continuation of this downtrend now that we've hit that extreme on tick. So what we're looking for is we're looking to see how we react in this level. So all you need to do is you just need to draw from the high to your most recent low, which is now, right? We take our retracement tool and we just pull that right down to it. Once we get a full candle close, that looks like it's bottoming out. So actually we have to wait. Might be here. Just pull it right down to that. And that's also where we had our break of structure for this continuation. So we're looking for price to bounce and come back into this area. But this is just the bottom of our range. So we're hoping for buyers to be found in this area. But because we had the trend change with tick, we need to understand that we now have more stocks on a selling bias than a buying bias. So we either need to see exhaustion start to form on our tick, where we get our secondary bases that are on a higher low, or we see the rejection into our negative 500 for that strong continuation of our downtrend.
Split bought for strike 3,960 and total premiums 156,380.
So if we know that tech is the only thing that's holding us right now, and we know that DXY needs to go for a continuation down for tech to get that lead, then all we need to do is watch what DXY does at these levels. We were looking for a big breakdown, and we didn't get it. We got a double bottom. We need to see a rejection and a continuation for that confirmation that tech can carry. If tech doesn't have the rally potential, and we know that everything else is weak, and we know that we're going to get a stronger continuation down. Because the one thing that was carrying us up is no longer. Which means that now across the board we're weak. Yeah, it's a pennant. So just higher lows, sorry, lower highs and higher lows is a pennant. It's just a way to view price action, right? All of those patterns, all of that stuff is just it's just a way to make analyzing and looking at what candle structures are. It's just to help you, don't read too far into them. What you should be looking at is the constriction, right? Like what are the candles doing? What is price doing? How is it reacting in that area? What are the usual setups that happen when price reacts that way?
Meta call sweep bought for strike.
We got our zero rejection on tick. We're looking for negative 500 to hold.
Any disruption on labor markets, currently speaking on Bloomberg TV.
And that'll be a higher low that's forming. It does happen. My SPY chart? ES is SPY. It's the same thing. It's just the futures of SPY. I just know most of you don't look at ES, but it's the same price structure and the same thing that's going to happen to it. So it's better to look at stuff like this, especially because my trader is actually using that. So if you see where the arrows are, that's where it's recommending reversals. So I'd rather look at this because it's the most forward-looking information. But I know that a lot of you look at SPY alone, so I try to talk in terms of SPY.
And total premiums 1000130.
What's up, Darian? So there's a continuation that we're looking for so far on SPY, right? Just based off of what we've been talking about, which is now that we've hit our tick extreme, we know that we're in a downtrend. So we're looking for those resistances, our known levels, to hold for continuations. We need to see another extreme until we can revert back up. We are seeing a negative 500 hold on tick, which is good, right? So we have a waning of selling pressure, or selling stocks. So it gives us the potential for this to get us a squeeze candle, but nothing's been confirmed yet. But we do know that we have our range bottom here, right?
And total premiums 101,400.
So what I do is I just mark from this candle here, the doji in between, where we got our push up, and the bottom wick. I'm just going to mark this area with a box. I'm going to make it white. This is the area where we're looking for a bounce potential to happen and a wedge to form. So for this wedge to play out, what we would need, if we want a reversal back up, we need to see the following. We need to see our extreme, a higher base forming, and then a push over our zero level, and a base to form at a higher low right here. That will confirm a squeeze candle back up to resistance for either a continuation or, shorts having to cover back up, and that's going to give us a big candle push, but it doesn't mean that we have to go for the continuation. It just gives us a push up into this area.
China foreign investments.
We're just shooting a waning of selling pressure. Let me just look for this divergence if there is some. And we can look to see if we get DXY as our continuation level, right? So right now we're getting our resistance there, and that's why tech is able to push. So if we understand that, we can just apply our retracement from our last high to our low, understanding where price needs to reject.
SPX call split bought for strike.
Right, so we're looking for this breakdown to happen. Nothing's been confirmed yet, but it is waning. It's moving in that direction. No magic, just watching what the market is actually doing. On TradingView, Matt, or this one right here? This is TOS, so if you're referring to this one, then this is just tick, and then I just created these boxes here. But if you're looking for the one that's on TradingView at the bottom of this chart, the one that's right, the one that's right here, this is the one that we offer with our indicator package on TFC that we built. Appreciate you, Dan. Yeah, so there's 3-leg goose, there's tick plus, and there's tick light. This is tick light. Tick plus is the one that gives you your sector breakdown as well as all the other stuff. But tick light is just tick plus our highs and lows marked, current price, as well as potential divergence via channels that we've put onto those charts for you. And then the signals that you guys see inside this channel, like the one that's above that question you just asked, are based off of the channels that are built into our tick. And they show potential divergence between the tick signals and current price action. So we're getting into resistance here on SPY. We're looking for 0 to hold here on tick. And that will give you your potential for the continuation as well as for the little wedge to play that we saw. And that doesn't mean you missed the move. It just means that we might get a confirmation that this flag is forming and that we might get another reversal.
As important as monetary
That'll
policy.
be your larger move for SPY. Appreciate you, Gav. Please shout out. Yeah, Netflix is still holding POC. Everything looks fine. All you need to be watching out for Netflix is for a potential rising wedge to form. If it doesn't hold POC, that's what'll happen, is that we'll get a breakdown. Which is fine, because that just gives you a different play. You just have to be willing to accept what price is doing and then change your bias and flip to a short. But as of right now, like, all that Netflix is doing is holding POC and selling off at value area high. That's all that's happening, is we have a range that's being created. So you can either scalp that range, or you can get a good buy-in at our lows, which is POC, and then wait for a 3-bar setup to happen like this, and then we wait for it to break over value area high, and then hold that for our continuation. If we lose POC, then we have this rising wedge structure forming, and that would give us something that looks more so like this. On the retest of POC, you go for the play to the downside. And all you're looking for is for this level to fail. Then we play it back down into this box here where this large wick is. But if we go to a smaller time frame for Netflix, we can see what our paths are actually doing. Right, so this is the first path. It's over to the side. what are we looking for with this play? We're looking for our larger leg up, retest, a higher low to form, which is here, continuation, and now we're looking for another higher low base to form for that push up. If this higher low base isn't able to form and we break POC, that is telling us exactly what we want for a breakdown, right? Because we're no longer able to hold these. We don't have the trend anymore. So this is where we need to hold for this push up continuation. It's that simple. It's just looking at where did we close last time on our last base, and where do we need price to consolidate for a potential continuation. Where does it invalidate? These are the questions you need to ask. If we see that we get the breakdown here, then we know that we're no longer able to maintain these highs, and that's what gives us the push down, which is what this one is showing. We have shop coming down into its base. But again, what are we looking for on shop for a continuation? Yeah, it sold off into our supply, but what is it doing now? Where was the last base? Where is it bouncing? Is it a higher low than the last time? Do we still have buyers stepping in to show support? Where do we need it to break for it to go for a continuation? Well, it looks like it needs to recover POC, or it's going to be its resistance, right? So now our setup is the same, but instead of looking at value area high as our breakout, we're looking for it to recover our POC. Right, so we need it to come up, retest, continuation. And now value area high will be our first target, which is what our high of day is. So if we get a wedge break here, we're looking for it to recover our halfway back of our last 15, as well as our POC for a continuation up. Exactly, higher lows. How could we have deduced that this is potentially an area where price is going to bounce based off of just this previous candle? Well, we saw strong buyers step in here at these lows, and we knew that this is the breakout of our previous range. So with this wicking here, plus the wicking here, and this range break, we can deduce that this is probably going to be the area, if we are going to bounce, going to be here, right? So what we're looking for are these higher lows from our previous low. And then we're just looking for price to build here. And we have our level that we needed to break over, which is this POC. Or simply just take your high, your most recent low, you put that at the bottom, and we have our area for our 0.5 to 0.68, like your golden zone of where price needs to push for a continuation to be valid. Looking at this Roblox as well, if it's able to hold this, which is what was our old supply, able to hold here, then we can go and retest these highs. Just something I'm keeping an eye on. Netflix is still holding, but it's showing a lot of weakness with these sell candles. Apple selling into our known level of supply, right? This is our last POC test. This is where that wicking happened, where we tried to base on the bottom of this range break. We are unable to hold, and then it gave you the breakdown. So what happens again in this exact area? right?
SPY put sweep
We
bought
get
for
our
strike
sell. So where's price going to go?
394,
Where
and
did we
total
find
premium
value last time? So you need to ask yourself,
176,102.
where did buyers step in last time
EAPL call
for
sweep
a
bought
potential
for strike
continuation?
147, and
Now
total
all of a sudden,
premiums
you're able to see
111,000.
a high and a low, and where value is for
ECB's known
buyers and
because
where
your
value is
area
for
of rate
sellers.
inflation is pretty limited. We speak in
That gives you
Washington
two
here in the
targets.
lane. As a reminder, we have posted out the live video for Lane on the Financial Juice feed for those who are interested, just slightly down there.
We see that all we had to do was mark our retracement from the top to the bottom to get our level of resistance. If these wicks weren't obvious enough, right? So we have our wicking here. We know where current supply is. So either we mark it with just a simple retracement above to show where we need to push over for our play to be valid, or we can play this as a rejection point for the continuation. And then you just wait to see what happens. And there's what we were looking for on Netflix for a potential breakdown. So we see if buyers step in at our wick low to give us an equal high instead of a higher low. If they are unable to do that, then we know that this is a rising wedge structure and we can play the break. This does end up as an equal low. We know that this range is still holding and buyers are still present. And what we're looking for is just a simple, we mark our top, we mark our bottom, and we know that we need POC to act as an area for us to get back over, right? We know that we need to get a bounce, push, bounce. So our new entries are here, and if you want to be really safe, you can just play break of this downward. At the end of the day, what are we looking for here? We're looking to see where these nodes are building and where price is going to have the easiest time to move through, right? The ease of movement. We spent all this time trying to build up this level and a ton of volume was exchanged here, and we're now below that level. What was supposed to be perceived support is now our resistance. So until we're able to get back over that, we know that that's going to be acting as our resistance point. We know that we need to reclaim this area where price was able to build before as support for our best odds for it to push.
Shop put split bought for strike 38, and total premiums 151,276.
So what are we looking for? If we want a true reversal, we need to make sure that VOD is able to get over our old high. We want to see volume coming in, and we want to see the volume confirming. I just marked our highs, right, of where we need to see those levels push up to on any sort of reversal signal for a confirmation. But with this pennant structure break, like, we know exactly where price needs to push and where price needs to resist just by drawing our retracements. I can do the exact same thing in DOS. Some of this is so crazy. So I take our tool in TOS, I take our top, I bring it down to our most recent bottom, and we know that price wasn't able to get back over that 0.5. You now do the same thing for this section here. take our top,
SPY call sweep bought for
bring it
strike
down to our
396,
perceived bottom.
and total premiums 116,900.
We know that price needs to be able to push over here, this area, for a reversal up. Or if you just want to be simple with it, we take our last 50-minute candle, we do the same retracement on it, and we know that this is our 0.5, this is our 0.25. So what does it mean if price is unable to get over the 0.25 of the last candle, the 25% mark? We're not even able to push above our 25% of our previous candle. We know that there's a decent amount of selling pressure for that continuation down. So we're testing our value area lows now on NQ. ES actually lost its value area low, and we're holding that as resistance. That's this yellow line here. And we know that on RTY, we're holding that as resistance. We're holding POC as resistance. So these are the areas that we know we need to recover for our push up. As soon as we do, we know that we can have a long bias. What does it mean if we're in our extremes, remember? We're now in a negative trend, a downside trend. So if we're oscillating in between these levels, and we're rejecting our 0 point, we know that we need to see that tick extreme for that reversal up. So we know that we just have this downtrend continuation from our pennant breakdown. Just always keep that in your head. It's like, what was our last extreme, and have we retested anything else since then? Or is the current trend still in a continuation?
SPX put split bought for strike 3,950.
Okay, so look at what Netflix is doing from our lines.
17,380.
So we rejected POC, and now we're going for our continuation. So we need to see buyers step in at these areas, or what happens? If we get the continuation down.
Eurozone can avoid a recession if inflation is tamed.
So for divergence, we really only want it if not at a tick extreme, when it's at a known support resistance level. Exactly. Well, not support resistance on price. We want to see price reacting. It's only a divergence if price is reacting differently than what tick is doing. Because what is tick divergence showing us? It's showing us that there's less participation in the sell-off. So even if price is still continuing down, if tick is going up, that means that there's less participation in that selling, which means that that's exhausting in a sense, right? So if we know that if it's exhausting, the less and less participation, that means that when we get to a known support level on price, that we will get that push back up, and that'll be a significant move, and that'll give you that squeeze candle. Yep, it's a scalp until we get the extreme. Exactly. Now you're getting it. But, you know, those scalps are great for us as day traders because that's a huge premium spike. Because we're buying at the lows on the options cost, on the perceived options.
Is higher than it was in September.
Like its current value, right? The sellers are selling for, so the ones that had bought calls are now selling for at the cheapest possible amount, because they think that price is going to continue down. So they're just trying to get rid of the contract. So they're willing to sell it for whatever you want to buy it for. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, so shop is testing our halfway back right now. from our last 15-minute candle. So as soon as it's able to get back over that, we just play it to the next wick high.
Split bought for strike 3,940 and total premiums 238,8000.
We know that Chop still has POC and it's holding it as support. So we have our level, our bottom. $30 delta is good for stuff like that. If you see that there's a ton of volume coming in, if it's a very liquid contract, you can go farther out of the money, but you need to accept that those contracts, unless we get a large move, they aren't going to make money, right? Like we need the large volatile move. So like a squeeze, for example, for those contracts to start to push again. Your highest odds of making money are going to be more closer to in the money or at the money. But for Fridays, I like to play out of the money, a couple contracts, right? Because as long as they're liquid, because I'm actually playing the options contract itself, and I'm seeing where people are buying and selling. Based off of just the tape and where volume's being traded on the actual option. You made money on that snap, right? At least 20 to 40%. The strangle, yeah. I'm out most of that. At from open, just because I like the 40%.
The US SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce says the FTX collapse is a call to action to the SEC to work on providing regulatory clarity. So he's currently speaking in a CNBC interview. So what do we see on Feuds here? We see all three indices testing our halfway backs of our last 15-minute candle and trying to recover major levels. So on our TY, we see it trying to recover our POC as support. So we're looking for this candle closed above and for our next one to push into our VWAP. For NQ, we're looking for that VWAP recovery and our halfway back. For ES, we're looking for our ADR zone to get recovered, our 4-hour range zone. We're looking for that to be a recovery point as well as our halfway back. So we're looking for these halfway candles from our previous 15-minute candle to act as our supports now that we've pushed back over. Looking for VWAP on NQ to act as our support. We need to see that push over and hold. And look at what VOD is doing. Look where we're rejecting on VOD, right? Our previous highs. So we need to see this push over and confirm a newer high so that we can get this reversal on ES and RTY. What's tick doing from our extreme? We had a higher base forming and now we're testing our 0 level. Are we able to continue these higher lows? Is there exhaustion in the selling? What's VIXI doing? Well, we rejected our 20 EMA perfectly. We're now wicking down, and we need to see a break of this structure. We have these huge wicking candles, right? So we know that there's buying happening at these lows at our ADR. So now we know we have like known things that we can put in a checklist to confirm if breakout is real or not. What does each one of these things need to do for that reversal to actually happen and matter? and then you just keep saying them over and over again until they start to play out, and then you have your move. Oops.
ECB's Decor says the fact that the ECB has increased interest rates by 75 basis points at its last meeting does not imply that the ECB will undertake a similar rise at the next meeting.
Like, here's an easy Roblox play in the sense of we have a really known range. I just put in chat. We know that POC is directly in the middle of that range. So what does it mean if we're able to recover POC, right? And we're able to then hold that as support. What's the likelihood that we probably push to the top of the range rather than the bottom of the range if we're holding POC? Or if POC shifts to the downside and we're able to then go for the continuation? We have a higher likelihood that we go to the top of the range than the bottom of the range if we're holding, right? Because we see that buyers are present and they're willing to push. So you can either buy at POC then on the candle close for a move back up to the top of the range, or you can wait for the range break and play the retest for a continuation up. Just find the areas where you have the best risk to reward. Blue on the scalper are large candles with lots of volume that caused a drastic move. So basically supply or demand, depending on where we are. They're what I call thrust bars. So it's sorting through all of the different candles and finding the ones that have the highest, they had large moves, but also large volume, plus some other factors. And they are areas where price will react, or needs to hold, or will act as resistance depending on where we are. Usually where we will range once we're in it, or reject it once we're out of it.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 394, and total premiums 180,725.
Exactly, that's a combo. And the shop looks like it wants to go again. Just waiting for it to, if you didn't buy the lows at POC, it just recovered the halfway back and it's holding. We're looking for it to break over 39.40 or 39.35 for a potential continuation back up. But we got over our old resistance point that we marked, our 0.5 to 618, and now it's holding it as support, right? So now we're testing these wick highs. So this is first PT if you bought the lows, but we can now play it again, right? We're looking for it to recover these low wicks, these wicks where we had the huge selling candles. We're looking for it to now recover this, right? Because what is this showing us? This 3-bar down. It's showing us where supply is. So we want to see a push. Oh, that's the wrong tool. We want to see a push into this area and for it to hold for a retest of our highs. We understand that what this is showing, that this is resistance. So what happens when we build a base in here? We're getting rid of all of the selling that's in here. We're eating it all up. If buyers can hold this area, that's what that should be like. You should be thinking of that as. It's like, oh, okay, all of the people who are trying to sell, we're getting those fills, but we're able to still maintain that price. That's the important part. Like, we can eat up all of the sell orders while still maintaining the price. So as soon as those all get filled, we can then push.
Market flow, large call inflow in the last 5 minutes.
Like, look at what Netflix did off of our candle structures that we drew, right? So we had our entry marked. We had the level in which we needed to hold. And then you had your higher low form from the bottom. And then you had your push up, right? So now we have a potential re-entry into our highs where we need price to hold. So as long as it's over this 283.30, then we know that we have the potential for that continuation. Because what, at the end of the day, did this make? Right? What is this? It's a flag. Right back down into our low wicks. So either you get your breakdown, your continuation, or you get your higher low, and then you get your push. So now, we just look for this to now become support. Right? So now this is our first PT for this area. So as long as we're able to do the exact same thing again, which is build our base and eat up all the cells. So chop around into here, build our base. You have the same play that we had it open today, which is a retest of your value high. So we want to see a break above our value high and a hold there for the continuation up. Now we can delete all of the old stuff because it's no longer in play. I really want you guys to get this down because, like, at the end of the day, you can learn this. You can then trade for yourself, and this will work in any market. Price action.
ECB Stochastic says may announce a start date for quantitative tightening at the December meeting.
Jesus Christ. Those are the two charts that we just looked at on TradingView. And here's the chart for Roblox that we were looking at, right? So we see that Roblox is able to now hold POC as support, even though we're in the middle of this range. We know that what's more likely, us to test the top of the range or the bottom of the range if we're holding POC. So you can either set an alert for the top of that range that we just put into chat, and wait for that break and retest, or you can buy at POC and wait for us to get to the top and take your first PT at the top of the range, right? So you can either play the range or you can wait for the break of the range, but don't diddle in the middle and not make up your mind of what your first PT is. That's how you're going to screw yourself. is with the what ifs. Still maintaining higher lows on tick. We recovered our POC on RTY. We're testing POC on NQ now after we recovered it on VWAP, or on we recovered VWAP on NQ, and we're now pushing back over our 4-hour low on ES. We still need to get over our VWAP here. So these are some major points right now that we're at for TAC. We want to see ES push VWAP, and we want to see NQ be able to recover TPOC and VPOC here. But what did we do? So on this sell, which was our high today, we created a higher low, right? We were able to hold our value area low from our low of the day, from open, and we were able to make a higher low. So even if this was a sell, we still are maintaining, buyers are still maintaining pressure.
3,950 and total premiums 100.
Yeah.
9,680.
I'm recording. And I am starving. What's going on? But for Tesla, oops, again. I hate Windows. For Tesla, we're looking for it to recover this wick low here and get back into the range, which is why we drew it like this. We want to see a support build up in this white box for that continuation up. The recovery of our old range and our old highs for that push. Like, why did it do this? What is the Windows things?
SPY put sweep bought for strike 395 and total premiums 118,046.
Ants moving in the background. They're like little flying ships. Cars. Shit's piloted by ants? Yeah, true. So look at what Vold's doing. How do we know we get a confirmation? Okay, well, Vold's pushing, and we've now made a new high. We're now able to hold negative 500 as our support. We haven't hit an extreme yet, though, to confirm the move, but we can see that there's less and less selling pressure on each attempt, right, on each sell-off. So they're good signs. We're still in a negative trend, though, right? So at the end of the day, we're still just building this as a bear flag. But we have more and more potential with each of these higher lows that selling pressure is waning and that we're going to get that reversal confirmation. So what happened on Netflix based off of the chart that we posted in the walkthrough? Well, right?
ECB Centino says Europe's main challenge is low confidence levels.
And what's happening on shop now? Just like we said, we need that build of the range, which was our old resistance. We need to eat up all those sellers. That's the only way we're going to get continuation. Those sellers have to not exist there anymore. Either they are eaten up or they move. So we build our base there. We confirm buying value, right? And then we can go for continuation. From our BJ chart, I'm just going to post this. I don't know if we get continuation, but we did just get the rejection we were looking for, which is a retest of breakdown from the path before. So I'm waiting to see if we get a new low. But that was a good rejection.
And total premiums 200,000.
Oh, Walt Disney's in the gap. That's a good chart.
ECB's DeCoste says that banks are in a better position than before the pandemic.
So I think this SPY chart does a pretty good job. These SPY charts show us what we're looking at right now. Look at where on the 1 minute chart where SPY rejected our old high, right? So those sellers are still present there. But are we able to maintain higher lows? That's the question. Hopefully energy catches a bid in a second. That's the only way we get a break and don't just break down. Crude is selling. There's your shop move. And I'm just going to be posting the same charts over and over again today. So if you're missing these moves and I've drawn out the paths for you, I don't know what to tell you. Don't blame it on me.
SPY put split bought for strike 3.
I can try to look for some other plays, but I'm going to keep posting these charts because I'm in these positions.
1,620.
Sorry, I didn't get my contracts for 17 cents. Okay, you could have gotten them at 40 cents and still been profitable.
Hello, hello.
What's up, dude?
What's up is should have swung Microsoft.
Yeah,
That
yes.
I feel bad. I should have taken the Borg Warner position. Thing just ripped again this morning. I mean, it's like literally like a 6-month breakout. I don't know what I'm doing. Like I should have just bought that thing.
Just it's a scary place. It's understandable. We don't know. I mean, hell, how are you supposed to know that the BTC breakdown was going to happen? You know?
Exactly. Other than that, that's my update.
Yeah.
Did you swing Microsoft, Wamba?
I feel like I haven't seen Mamba in about 3 weeks.
Which means he's along every single name. And short at the same time, so he can't be wrong.
Can't lose.
Swung Amazon.
That
I guess
worked a
that
little
worked out.
bit. A little, yeah. I had an Amazon spread, but I mean, it was up like 20%. I just took profit. It's so weak.
I think we look pretty decent here. This advanced decliner volt divergence is a little like iffy to me.
Yeah. I think if energy can catch a bid, we're good. If not, then
Yeah.
it's iffy.
It looked a lot better like 6 minutes ago.
Yes, yes, it did. It really did.
Let's... like...
Still making higher lows on SPY. Trying to hold 0 tick here. I'm looking at the SPY 30 minute. What do you guys see when you look at the SPY 30 minute? What do you look at when you see on the SPY 1 hour? What candle structures are we forming? Yeah, SPY 30 could be a 3-bar, right? And where's POC on that 3-bar? Are we above or below POC on SPY on the 30 minute? Just recovered it, right? Or no? What do you guys see? This is what I have. So we're at the top of our range right now into that wick resistance. On the hourly, we've got a 3-bar potentially setting up where we're holding that as resistance, right? So on the 1 hour, which is our right chart, copy. We have a clear level where if we just draw our halfway back, we know exactly where we need to get it back over on that 1 hour candle for us to become bullish again. On the 30 minute, it's showing it a little bit easier. It's a little easier to see, which is we need to be able to hold this as our on candle close, right where we are, for a reversal to happen, because we're able to hold the top of the candle body on that second candle, then we're good. If not, then this is a 3-bar down on SPY, right? We're at the top of our range for our inside bar. So as long as you understand that and you're marking out where we need to be, then you're going to have an advantage. We know exactly where candles need to close and where we need price to get over for continuation, or we're just going to trade right back down to the bottom of that 30-minute range. Remember, we haven't hit an extreme yet, so we're still in that bear trend. We need to see a recovery.
Plug put sweep bought for strike 17. and total premiums
DJ retesting lows.
2,654.
ECB Centeno says the euro is not going through an existential crisis.
Russell just tested under structure. See if that bids.
KO call sweep bought for strike 61, and total premiums 192,390.
So the chart I just posted in chat, just letting, like, again, where we are holding is the range between the value area low and POC on SPY. That's our range right now. So we need to be able to hold above POC for the reversal to take place. And that's that white box that I've got drawn. So as long as we're able to maintain those higher lows in the smaller time frames, and we're able to maintain a higher low on tick or an equal low on tick, have potential. Right, and now we're getting that push because we have now confirmed over POC. So we're going to go and go to that top wick from our second candle on our 30-minute. That's first PT for reversal for SPY, which is the red box that's drawn. And that, there you go, that's wick high. Right, so I'm just going to post an updated chart because now we just got the big breakout from the last chart I posted. Want you guys to be able to, like, visualize these things.
For me there too, I said it on voice, but when you get like the Russell just like peak below structure while NQ and SPY are holding there, and then it like insta bids, it's like, okay, here we go.
TSLA put sweep bought for strike 190.
When I said that out loud, I had bought 397 calls, not 50% on that candle.
Now we're just looking to see if this old high on SPY, the wick high, can hold this support. Right, so this is what we were looking for, something like this, pathwise. A hold of our old high before the breakdown, right? And then a push into our value area high. That'll act as resistance, which is fine. That's your second PT. And then you let that range build, because now instead of holding POC to value area low, we're now holding POC to value area high. So you play that, we let that range build, and then as soon as we break over value area high, that's another entry point if you don't want to take POC, if you're not comfortable doing that. What's Tesla doing compared to the chart that we posted? There's a chart. Tesla now needs to range in this. We've now recovered our old range. So we can now just trap around in here, and we're looking for it to fill all of those sell orders that took place, right, that have been present. We want to just make a new base here for a continuation up. We've got our snow flag as well. I posted, but I didn't talk about because we were busy. We want to see POC recovery. Just posted the chart into chat. Bounced at our anchored VWAP deviation 1, or just the white box where we had the doji. We're looking for snow to recover POC, and then we can go for that continuation and play at the value area high, which is our wick high for the day. That's first POC, PT, if once we recover. Here's our shop play. We're looking for Netflix to hold where it is right now. This is the Netflix play, put into chat. This is, if we can hold here, then we're holding wick high as support. What was resistance?
The USD Swiss franc falls around 2% to 0.94, eyes the August 11 low of 0.93.
New 15s here. Nice zero test on tick. Get an advanced decline kind of curled too, so we can set like micro higher high.
11, and total premiums 181,600.
Where is SPY pushing into? Value area high, right? First PT. Let this range build now. There's your shop push. Top of our range. First PT. Start posted again.
TSLA call sweep bought for strike 200, and total premiums
Is your Netflix playing?
120,000.
Update right there in chat.
Ukraine's President Zelensky says that Kherson is ours.
Roblox testing the top of our range. Closed above POC and then pushed. Looking for a breakout of this range. There's your snow break on flag, just recovered POC. Looking for candle to close above for the next leg up.
TSLA call sweep bought for strike 200, and total premiums 121,485.
Probably just going to be watching these three names for the rest of the day, honestly, guys.
In 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour.
Yes, just recovered VWAP. See if it can hold above. We want buyers right here.
SPY call split bought for strike 397, and total premiums 106,950.
Good job, Flex.
There is a little trade review for you folks.
The SPY. Yeah, that'd be an ideal spot. It might be a little low. But yeah, that'd be ideal. That's where you'd want to see buyers step in. Let me go to our chart. You might not get that low. This might be the low here. Ending. This was the break of structure, right? So this will be our retest. Might dip a little bit below that, but you'd be wanting us to be able to hold tier. Just looking for this to build. This is our 0 level on tick, right? So it makes sense. Yeah, no, I think that's a good mentality to have, Jason. I'm just taking into consideration where the break of structure was and maintaining higher lows, right? So if we knew our last retest of the break of the structure is at 395.70, then this next bounce is at 395.78, right? So we still are maintaining higher lows while still building a base. And it can still go lower, of course. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We just need to wait for a flag or like a pennant or a wedge, any of those kind of shapes to manifest. As long as we're able to hold POC, though, we know that our top's going to be value area high, and we're just holding the higher, I don't know what deviation, the higher area of our profile for the day. So Netflix right now is testing value area high. So we're at the top of our range for the day. So expect it to probably come down a bit and retest the 284, like 83 level, which is where we broke out. If it doesn't, then it might happen a little bit later, but like look at the price action, right? We're going up too quickly. We need to build up a little bit of a support here and build up a node. Chart posted in chat. So we wicked our resistance on chop, right? RPT. Now we're coming right back down into this node that we're forming. And that's fine. Perfectly normal. You just want to watch where POC is and see if we bounce there.
I can see comments from ECB Governing Council member Nagel, who's giving a speech on the role of the banks in the German financial system.
Darian abusing his power on Twitch.
Who is?
Darian.
Oh.
Classic.
Surprised. There are some insane looking charts out there right now. MTTR, GDS, Oatly. You guys remember Oatly?
Sadly.
Look at this daily chart.
You mentioned to Oatly, Izzy's going to come into chat any second now.
Look at this thing.
Yeah, it's something. Oatly, like the milk.
So many sick, just like range-breaking golfing candles, which scares me. And now in 2 weeks, I'm gonna be like, man, I wish I would have bought those range break candles $18 ago.
Anyone keeping an eye on Roblox? I've only mentioned it 45 times today. Looking for the top of this range here, seeing if we can hold this support. Don't you dare post a Roku chart.
Look at it.
No. Refuse.
Range breaking golf, they're everywhere.
Refuse. Get my hopes up.
What I should have done is add more Palantir.
I almost
Look at
mentioned
this
it to you.
peak.
Yeah.
The earnings buy, like every other earnings buy, is just easy. I'm still holding like 60% of my position from like May. Sold a lot, well, 40% or whatever. I need to actually check the number. Something like that into like 11, 1050.
I think we might have a inverse head and shoulders on SPY. I just posted it in chat. But we had that structure where we created the higher low, and then we're flagging. So if we can get back over what I've marked right now, and we can flag out here and recover that, then I think there's potential. This is the break of that old. God, I need water. I'll be back in a second. Here, let me make this a little bit easier to digest. Just with a simple line. Simple.
Decreasing volume here is going to be a big sign, guys, on ES. I'm sure SPY looks exactly the same.
So look at like the blue line I just posted. See the break and hold of the previous structure, which was resistance, is now support as we flag. So you just want this area to build and be able to maintain. It might not happen immediately, but that's all you're looking for. It's just that level to hold. DXY is still falling, so tech should be fine. Again, I'm looking at energy. Energy is so weak. Brood is pushing down.
For strike 400 and total
Needs to
101,
find a bottom.
386.
If we can find a bottom, then we're fine. So until then, it's just going to be a little choppy. I think Snow still has the most potential out of all the charts right now that we've been looking at.
Feds Collins sees further Fed rate hikes. It's too soon to call the peak, though, they say. So Feds Collins also says the risk of over-tightening on rates has increased.
Again, look at the the SPY hourly. What was the setup that we saw in the 30-minute? We now have the exact same setup on the 1 hour, which is we're trying to maintain the previous candle's body, right? We've now recovered our halfway back off of that hourly candle. And now we're trying to push to the wick high of the previous candle, which is our value area high in SPY. So we recover that, then you get your reversal. So that's your breakout. You guys see that? What I mean?
SPY call sweep bought for strike 398, and total premiums 100,320.
There's your move to the top of that range that we just marked. Now you want it to just chop around in here, is what the path is doing. And you want this to not just turn into a bear flag. You want it to be able to maintain these levels, and then we can go for a push of the retest of high of day.
Says here, value high here. Yes.
Yes, same for SPY.
SPY call split bought for strike
Classic Captain
397.
Oh,
and
let's
total
go.
Premiums 111,910. QQQ put sweep bought for strike 270, and total premiums 102,350. SPY call sweep bought for strike 397, and total premiums 115,104.
Watching what Vixie does at ADR here again on this retest.
Pretty nasty. up on Microsoft there.
Wait, it's actually following our path really well. Just the bigger dip that we were looking for on the retest of value area high. So now you're going back down to bottom ticket, right? So we're retesting the break of structure from before on SPY. We're trying to find buyers here, is what we had drawn. And now you're just looking to see if we can soak up all of those shorts that just loaded, and then we get our bigger push candle if it's going to get the break. Keeping an eye on Tesla the most because we just reject the POC from that area. So it needs to be able to hold here, or you're going to get that breakdown because it's a lower high forming and rejection of POC.
Is that a daily open retest here?
SPX put split bought for strike 3,965, and total premiums 103,450. TSLA put sweet bought for strike 185, and total premiums 340,400.
Here's your Roblox chart. I don't know what to tell you. Retesting the top of the range now as support, building it, but there's your big old push candle from our POC hold. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna grab some water. Still watching the same 3 charts. Nothing's gonna change. Just mark your levels.
GM put sweep bought for strike 41, and total premiums 247,035.
I'm in the zone. I'm feeling like none can stop me on the throne. I never been a carbon copy on my own. Tip for the hecklers that lack heart for checking us. Just leave us alone. I'm feeling good. Today is the day I get all that I should. And all things said by me is understood. Cause everybody on the same page, operating with the same ways. It's no stress. I used to get so depressed. What a mess I created. I thought I wouldn't make it, but I met and exceeded the expectations. Finally made it out the basement. Now I get placements, the results of patience. Now I see the titles for the taking. It sits vacant. So every day I'm granted, I understand it's never to be complacent. I can do no wrong. I can do no wrong. Mind on alert, eyes see clear. It's no fear, heart be strong. I can do no wrong. I can do no wrong. I can do no wrong. I'm wide awake. I'm staring down the hopeless face of adversity, but never will I break. Then I make the appropriate steps to get me ahead so I can maintain the pace. I move like rents do, and you can see real from the shit we've been through. Experience speaks volumes to those that try hearing it. Chill and burn something, you might learn something. It's never too late. My homie moved drugs and it
GM put sweet bought for strike 41, and total premiums
Peaked below daily open again here. See if we can close this candle above, and then negative 500 tick. $15-minute candle is not the most pretty. About 4 minutes on it. We'll see how this closes. Is this the buy action or not? First test bid. See if it holds. Want to reclaim ORH VWAP. Nice scalp sauce. Love that. Could not hold daily open there. This is 3 minutes till new 15s. You can watch for retest top side. Link POC down below. Three test daily open, 0 test on tick. The higher low on SPY and Q there with basically retest of bottom structure and Russell. Thirty seconds till new 15s. It's waffling. Yeah, we kind of got that overnight gap. That was the problem. I mean, getting into that like 4K test in Globex is like just annoying. The new 15's opening. little bit of a Microsoft bid here. The reclaim 0 tick.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 389, and total premiums 318,108. TSLA call sweep bought for strike 213.33, and total premiums 158,794. SPY put sweep bought for strike 388, and total premiums 244,728. SPY put sweep bought for strike 388, and total premiums 409,760. TSLA call sweep bought for strike 213.33, and total premiums 224,000. SPX put split bought for strike 3,900, and total premiums 509,3280.
It's been 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour to get the US Baker Hughes rig count data for the week.
Big old dump
So
on
total
Russell
rig
there.
counts for a prior of 613, while total rigs were a prior of 770.
IWM put sweep bought for strike 184, and total premiums 334,362. QQQ put sweep bought for strike 280, and total premiums 110,823. IWM put sweep bought for strike 183, and total premiums 233,417. IWM put sweep bought for strike 183.
This is really sideways here, huh?
Premiums 215,785.
Since that move up, it's like an hour of just sideways. Possible 3-bar here on Amazon over the top. Testing highs here, Amazon.
QQQ put sweep bought for strike 278, and total premiums 174,640. QQQ put sweep bought for strike 278, and total premiums 102,960. SPX put split bought for strike 3,950, and total premiums 183,440. QQQ put sweep bought for strike 278, and total premiums 100.
I love that guy. 10% so far, Gav. You gonna take it?
So 5 minutes away now till we get the US Baker Hughes data. Total rig count price 770 and oil rig count price 613.
Value high on Amazon, 30% on 101s. So we talked about the 3-bar. See if we can come into high a day. Really big NQ push. Nice buy. There's your breakout. Taking half Amazon off here at 50.
Spy call sweep bought for strike 397, and total premiums 114,700. QQQ call sweep bought for strike 287, and total premiums 100,370.
Apple 3-bar played. Microsoft new high. Amazon 3-bar playing. See if Spy can get up into the highs. NQ testing highs. Russell just bid not fill his slow base like crazy. Exactly, Flex actually.
AAPL call sweep bought for strike 149, and total premiums 110,900.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the total rig count. Feds Collins says the risk of policy over tightening has increased. So that's just a repeat of an earlier headline. So Feds Collins saying the risk of policy over tightening has increased. Ten seconds.
Well, this is what it looked like right before you fall.
Retesting Wick High Spy here.
Stumbling around, you've been guessing your direction, except you can see it all. And I don't have a name, I don't have a name. No.
779, 779.
Who am I to blame? Who am I to blame? No.
Rotary oil rigs, 622, 622.
Trust me, I've tried. I'd stand up right at the start of the line, drawing circles. Well, I drink my whiskey, you sip your wine. We're through a while sitting watching the world falling down its decline. And I can keep you safe, I can keep you safe. Do not be afraid, do not be afraid.
TSLA call sweep bot for strike 195.
Watch NQ here for new high.
229,200.
Tesla obviously strength, Amazon strength.
Getting pretty late, getting pretty late. Yeah, and I find it goes around like the hands I keep counting the time, drawing circles. Outside is cloudy, but I like that better. Behind no wheel, but still ain't on my way. Some people say they want to live forever. That's way too long, I'll just get through the day without any complications. Does it always gotta? Does it always gotta? can't see, baby. Who you talking to while you talking to me, baby? Let me know if I can see you later. We could make it easy.
Yeah, Ty.
When
Amazon right there too.
comments on ECB's Nagel.
See if NQ can get over.
So ECB's Nagel speaks on the role of the banks in the German financial system.
QQQ call sweep
Perfect
bought for
tie.
strike 287, and total premiums 102,500.
First, can I please get through a day without any complications? Does it always gotta be so complicated? When I'm way too young to be getting old. Without any complications. Does it always gotta be so complicated? When I'm way too young to be getting old.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 390, and total premiums 171,450.
It's continuation on a SPY. NQ new high. Tesla, Amazon's your strength. I want to see Russell like break structure. That would be sick.
I let it go, but I never go with it. Yeah, okay, cool as fall weather. Fuck the bullshit, I'm here to make it all better with a little music for you. I don't do enough for you. Without you, it's the color blue. Oh, don't trip.
TSLA call sweep bought for strike 202.5, and total premiums 132,120. SPY put sweep bought for strike 390, and total premiums 129,088.
Think I lost my mind. Reality so hard to find. When the devil trying to call your line, but shit I always shine. Even when the light dim. No, I ain't God, but I'm feeling just like him. Oh, don't trip. See, I was in the whip riding me and my bitch. We was listening to us, no one else. That's it. Let's flex just a bit. Let me talk my shit. Say my head got bit. Yeah. Well, listen, man, world has made me crazy. Might just turn around to 180. I ain't politicking, I ain't kissing no babies. The devil on my doorstep being so shady. Don't trip. We don't gotta let him in. Don't trip.
Russell top of range. Tesla out of here. Microsoft out of here. SPY coming into the highs. Like we said, new high in Q. Amazon pushing highs.
So 5 minutes away now, we're expected to hear comments from ECB's Nagel, who gives a speech on the role of the banks in the German financial system.
AAPL put sweep bought for strike 142, and total premiums 119,560.
Yeah, Gav, I can find something. I'm trimming some more Amazon here. SPY into FEG, top of range for Russell. We want to see that range break. NQ's doing it, so.
SPX call split bought for strike 3,985, and total premiums 112,270. TSLA call sweep bought for strike 197.5, and total premiums 239,120. TSLA call sweep bought for strike 207.5, and total premiums 119,869.
Russell could not get over range.
TSLA put sweep bought for strike 192.5, and total premiums
That's 100% here into the highs.
217. TSLA call sweep bought for
Indeed.
strike 200, and total premiums 200.
New high Apple, new high Microsoft.
Surely expecting comments from ECB's
TSLA
Nagel.
call sweep bought for strike 200, and total premiums 260,930.
Nice gains, CJ.
Shortly expecting the data from the Federal Reverse Repo operation. The ECB's Nagel says the ECB needs perseverance in the fight against record inflation.
Yeah, I wish, CJ.
The ECB's Nagel says I will advocate for further increases in key interest rates.
TSLA call sweep bought for strike 200, and total premiums 108,665.
Boom, look at that. Killing it, CJ. And Russell, break structure. Give us this next little juice. We want the juice. Let's go.
TSLA call sweep bought for strike 200, and total premiums 138,047.
That looks like a very forced rising wedge, my friend. Testing high Amazon here. Anything else new high? Classic Friday Dapper Curse. Indeed. Copium.
Everybody's gonna die. Everybody just wanna have a good time. I think you know the reason why. Everybody's gotta look, and everybody's gonna die. Everybody gotta live. I think you know the reason why. Yeah, sometimes it gon' get so good. But then again it get pretty rough. Yeah. When I have you in my arms, baby, you know I just can't get enough. Everybody's gotta live, and everybody's gonna die. Everybody gonna try to have a good time. I think you know the reason why. Stop blind man standing on the corner, baby, and he couldn't hardly tie his shoes.
Microsoft touching the gap, selling. Russell, get out of structure. If anyone took Amazon at any time, you should be chilling. Sure to secure some profits over 100%.
Feel like I've seen a million sunsets. If you're with me, I'll never go away. That's when I stopped and I took a look at my baby. She said, if you're with me, I won't go away. Because everybody's gotta live, and everybody's gonna die. Everybody's gonna try to have a good time. I think you know the reason why.
SPX call split bought for strike 3,985, and total premiums 115,830.
Hey, Russell, VWAP, out of structure. Push.
Things like this ain't built to last. I might just fade like those.
What I'm saying, Cass.
When will you forget my past? Got questions, ask, you know the stories.
TSLA call split bought for strike 202.5, and total premiums 159,645.
Took some more Amazon off here at 150%. So FEG will hold the rest probably into the close. Honestly, you want 102 out of it for crazy move. 3 minutes on these 15-minute candles. Let's get Russell over VWAP. We got room. Russell can't get over though, then start being a little more serious about some profit taking into these zones. WBD call sweep bought for strike 12.5, and total premiums 166,520.
it's new, you get used to the bullshit. Screws, they go missing. Slightly, they might be, but you remind me. Shit, I need to stay in line. You damn well are a great design. Hey, you, despite being an only child, say you need more of a family round. Let's turn these jeans into hand-me-down. Down, 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 down. Yeah, well, just being honest, my conscience ain't doing bad. Because I try to minus the problems that I attract. And half the time the wheels is in the back of my mind. Just keep on turning till the tires flat and burning till the fire crack. I do not lie, though facts may seem a little far-fetched. That's only cause I maybe make believe and full of darkness. When I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, walking, dropping change inside your empty guitar case. That's charity, I move carelessly, that's why I'm always tripping. I guess it's like electrolytes, you help me go the distance. Not too efficient, but the way it's always been. Until the day
Let's go, CJ.
get away when it ain't really safe and it don't seem right. But what's new, you get used to the bullshit. Screws, they go missing. Slightly, they might be, but
There's your Russell break of structure. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, Gav. Yeah, they're gonna shut that down.
TSLA call sweep bought for strike 200, and total premiums 143,895.
Yeah. Kinda sucks, Jason, but I think that's how it went. Like a couple, it went through the courts. Didn't get approved.
True. Coming up on the next PT for Roblox, it'll be the Gap. I'm going to be taking out about 80% there. Yeah, I think if we can build a base here, we're good. It's been playing like clockwork, though.
We could see 400 ACAS. I doubt it, though. I really doubt it. Really low RVOL today. People just kind of chilling. Bank holiday or whatever. I think 399 could be on like a squeezer candle, but we can give it some time. It's still early. Feels like it's not early.
SPX put split bought for strike 3,980, and total premiums 290,000.
Not enough strength like in the Russell. With that NQ pump, just not being able to get over. But it is so early.
Alright, let's see if we can find anything. It's INMD. Do they have liquid options?
IMND? What is that? That sounds really familiar.
In mode.
I don't know if they do. I would assume no.
They're not bad. This might be one worth looking at. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. And just simply put, it's a break of value. We're looking for a bounce here.
SPX put split bought for strike 3,980.
INMD.
Total premiums 119,280. TSLA call sweep bought for strike 200, and total premiums 100,450. AMZN call sweep bought for strike 101, and total premiums 128,000. SPY call sweep bought for strike 398, and total premiums 143,498.
The two scanner plays that I'm seeing that look good are MRTX and INMD.
CROX level 3 bearish put flow.
IWM call sweep bought for strike 188, and total premiums 196,490.
Playground for me and you, and we could be fine. Shit, who the hell knows? It's your eyes and your ears and your mouth and your nose, head and your shoulders, your knees and your toes. I dream of this moment. Will it come true? The whole world, they know it. They just waiting for me and you. And she, just like I, got her head in the clouds. Don't need to be lower before it's all over. I promise we'll figure it out. I ain't coming down.
2 minutes on 15s, possible 3 bars. Really just got eyes on the Russell here.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 395, and total premiums 173,740. SPX call split bought for strike 3,985, and total premiums 128,360.
Tesla's just coming back down to that break of structure that we talked about. So it's flagging, but coming back down to the breakout retest.
Yeah, it's Amazon is retesting here too. Just have runners left on that.
QQQ call sweep bought for strike 290, and total premiums
I see what you did there, CJ.
120,291.
So we had wanted to recover the range. It's got to get back over that halfway back, but you can either buy at the break at the structure with a reflexive move back up in mind, or you can wait until it recovers the 1.545 level on Tesla, which is just your halfway back from the last 15-minute candle. If you don't get that, then you get a deeper retrace, and that'll go down to the bottom of like 193.05, right back down into the bottom of that box that we have drawn in chat. But just look for like a flag to start to form. So far, shop's playing our path pretty exactly. This is it's doing the thing, which is holding the last break of structure as support, building up a flag, and then going for the next move. Every time I draw one of these paths and I say that this is probably where it's going to bounce, this is like I'm giving you a plan. It's your job to implement the plan, I'm already in the play, but I'm trying to give multiple entries for you guys. We just have to figure out if we get the continuation by looking at our indices. Holds maintaining. Looking for TPOC to be our ejection point for VIXI. So this 13.8, we want that to hold. This is just a bear flag for a continuation. So we'll push back up. There's another bounce on ADR. Testing VWAP on the Russell. Needs to recover that for the 3-bar instead of a reversal pattern back down to POC. Just one of the setups though that I don't really like for 3 bars, which is we're pushing into resistance and our second candle is basically a doji right at the top of our first candle. It's like it can go either way so quickly. Looking for 0 tick to hold for the continuation up. Remember, we're just oscillating between the 500 and negative 500. What we want to see for a continuation, though, is a higher low to form. So far, we're not getting... Just getting a flat base.
SPX put split bot for strike 3,900.
Yep. Yeah, Ty. I mean, it's insane how well it works.
Premiums 100 and
Telling you, as soon as you know what to look for, it's halfway back just becomes like a little bit more mind blowing. Like, oh shit, this is where we're going to find demand almost every time in trend. Here's our move on this INMD ticker. Pretty solid move off of contracts. Did what we were looking for, which is hold the range, retest, and push. Looking for a hold of that 3830 now as support for continuation to the next level. Only when requested I post VODs. If you want me to post this VOD, I will. It seems like people like the Friday streams because they can actually follow along those 0 DTEs and everything. But I can continue to post VODs for Fridays. People actually will watch them. I just put them on my YouTube.
Russell, bit out of structure.
Oh yeah, INMD is gone. Love it.
Whatever that thing is. Did you look at the chain?
Yeah, I'm in. Contracts went from 0.17 to 1.15 so far.
Fairly certain INMD is in mode, which is a short squeeze / biotech ticker.
There you go.
Back to my hole I go. Just hear you guys continuing to ask about it, so I was like, I know that ticker. I shouldn't say something.
Appreciate it.
Oh man, that thing is mooning.
Yep.
I just pulled up the chart. That looks awesome. Medical specialties, my bad. They do, let's see, non-invasive aesthetic products for medicals. Facial skin rejuvenation, wrinkle reduction, cellulite, skin appearance. So they do beauty products to make your skin and stuff look better. They make money too, so they're not really a short squeeze ticker. I think I'm thinking of a different ticker with that, but they IPO'd 3 years ago. I just know I think I've been seeing a lot of flow come in on that in the last couple months.
Flag here, Amazon. New high spy. It's 3 bars played. On indices there.
Spy call sweep bought for strike 399, and total premiums 111,870.
Watching to see if Roblox gets the next leg. That'll take us to the gap fill. Holding the I'll just post. This is what I'm watching. Just holding 2 inside candles so far. Holding the bodies to the left as as our support. Looking to just kind of fill this area, get all the sellers that were here before in this wick. As soon as we can build a base in here, then we have the chance for that gap fill. Just have to get rid of all the sellers. Here's your shop move. You followed our path and shop played textbook to what we thought it would do. Just pushed into PT. Oh, that's just another entry, and again, just trying to give you guys opportunities to play it. These contracts are now at 790%. Just for clarification in my mind. Extreme. Yeah. So for overall trend, we're looking for just after an extreme for tick to oscillate in between those. That's basically it. What you want to be paying attention to though, as we're oscillating, are we having a flat bottom and top? Are we always coming back down to this 500 and always coming back to that negative 500? Or are we starting to make higher lows? Are we starting to make lower highs, right? You want to be paying attention to what actually is happening while we're oscillating, because that's going to give you an idea if there's going to be a change in trend. So as we're oscillating, just like with price, right? Like we're going to get either a squeeze. So what is a pennant? Got those lower highs and the higher lows, right? Same thing with the tick kind of thing. We're looking for a break of our structure, and the where we open and close on those candles is going to help determine if we're going to get that trend. Just like with price action. So yeah, like as we oscillate, price will our trend will maintain, but here, let me just full screen and go over it again. But what can we determine from this when we see our low and then a higher low, a higher low, a higher low, right? What happens with price as this is being able to occur? Like, yes, we're able to get the oscillation effect going, but we're able to kind of predict when price is going to be able to push and when we're going to be coming into resistance, or when we're starting to top. Because as soon as we start to see these equal tops on tick, we're starting to see exhaustion in the buy side. Right? So when we get an equal high like this, but price is able to push, we now have stocks starting to wane in their move. So we're going to get that push back down to our 0 level, so we can pay attention still to what the oscillation is doing. And when we start to see that these are unable to get back over on these highs, we know that this is going to be our resistance until then. So until we can break this 500 level, which is why I always point that level out, because this is usually acting as our short-term resistance even when we're in an overall trend. So we need to see a break over of this level for a breakout to occur for a continuation. So what do we make? We form a little bit of a wedge here, and until we're able to make a higher low in our oscillation, right? This is oscillation. We need to make a higher low base on our 0 and be able to push over our 500, and that's what gives us our breakout and confirmation. So even though we know we're in an overall trend, we can still use these levels, these internal levels, as levels to know when breakouts or reversals will occur short term. That makes sense? So when I see some sort of divergence signal, like we see with this flat top, or with us unable to breach these levels, where we're seeing like a resistance on tick, but we're seeing a differential in price. So let's say at this point, this is our high on tick. So we know we need a break of structure, and we're seeing that as well on price. We need that break of structure for the continuation. So we need a break over this level and the ability to hold here for that continuation up. A lot of the times I'll compare where tick reverted last time, and I'll look to see where price is at that reversion point. Because you can sometimes get these pivots on price. So we know that here was where we saw our last pivot high for tick, right? Let me do this with a box.
So according to an iNews reporter on Twitter, says Rishi Sunak plan to boost growth and productivity for investment tax breaks is set to be shelved.
So if we know if this was our last pivot here, what happens when we come to this point? So we're above on price, but it's also our resistance point. So we can kind of get an idea of where our extremes are and where price is going to revert based off of where exhaustion has happened previously. We can then look to be like, oh, okay, well, this level has been acting as kind of like the end of the rally for price movement. So we're going to need to see price consolidate here for another leg up, because we know that this is our high tick for right now. It's the same idea of like why we look at our 1000. So wherever we are kind of reverting on the day, so if we put this line here, we know that this has been our reversion point every single time today. So we can use that to our advantage to know when we should be entering or exiting calls, or when we need to see where we're going to get like our bounce and our rejections. So if we know that this has been here, 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 and here, they've all been the exact same place where our rally on all of our stocks have been kind of coming to an end, then we know that when we get to this point, we're looking for price to consolidate in this range, because this is the high on tick. So we need to come back down to 0 and hold that for a push back up, because we know that this is our high. So now we're just looking for this chop zone and a break for continuation. Yeah, so we just know that that's where stocks have kind of been ending their rallies, or like where we're getting less participation from the overall market tick-wise, right? And ticks are just showing if our stock is going up or down at any given point by 1 cent. But if that's where the rally's kind of been ending, where we get our pushes up, you know, then we know that we can look for that to continue to act like as our resistance. So I just use those, again, I use those to be like, okay, well, we're looking for a zero test now. Because we know this is our high, so we're going to come back down, start to flag, which will create our range on price, and we're going to need to push over that eventually if we want to see a real break. So we get this movement. We want to see our 500 hold eventually in our high tick. And that'll give you your breakout of this range. And if we're unable to do that, that's where we're going to get that oscillation back down to our 500 level, and then start it all back over again.
Out the piece by iNews on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
And what's great about that, though, is because we know we're oscillating, right? This is going to give us more room for price to actually get that movement, right? We have more to work with. If we're at that negative 500 now, if we're just in a range, and our range ends at negative 500, and price is at the bottom of its range here, we now have all of this space for it to push up, understanding that this level is our top. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense. Just think of this as 0 and this as 100. And if this is our halfway and we're looking for a larger scale move, we need a larger scale pullback for that continuation to really get out. And then we can keep oscillating back and forth. That's why it's so important to determine our highs and our lows. So this is our high. This is our low. Now we know our tops and our bottoms for our local patterns, you know? Doesn't have to be more complicated than that. If we understand where these are and we're just trending, then we know that when we get to these levels that we're going to get pullbacks. So, yeah. So as long as price action maintains the levels that we want it to, right, which is our halfway backs as support, we are continuing to build these ranges. And as long as price is able to maintain our 0 level and our negative 500 levels, we understand where we're going to oscillate back up to. You have those two pieces of information, then we know that we're going to be able to get our breaks. And that trend continues.
SPX put split bought for strike 3,975, and total premiums 290,000.
Yeah, exactly, Matt.
SPX put split bought for strike 3,875, and total premiums 114,270.
Right? And then like, okay, well, I missed my first entry. How do we determine when to get in for another entry? Well, if we know exactly what we're looking for on tick and where we want it to bounce, we know that we have this old break of structure line here where price pushed out to, and we see these wick lows where buyers have stepped in previously. We know that we want this bounce in this area. So we can either buy the low, understanding that we're still in our uptrend and nothing has changed that, or we can buy the breakout retest, understanding that this is going to get a pullback here, right? Because we're at the top now of our oscillation on tick. So either we break this oscillation and we start holding this 500 to 1,000, or we're going to come back down into this range and do the exact same thing over again, because we know that this is an oscillation effect. So you can play the breakout retest and you can get confirmation via tick. That gives you an opportunity to buy either the base or the breakout retest. Which is why I keep giving the same play over and over again, which is our range break for the continuation, one of these. Because I'm giving you multiple entries, you just have to then look at the chart to play the breaks. Yeah, the regression channel has been really good. It's been key today. But like, do you see how we got to the top here and we knew that it was going to pull back for the retest? So now it's like, okay, well, this is your trend, your range break retest here, right? So we're looking for this 0 level to hold, and this will be your bounce point. And what are we looking for on price to happen? Well, we're looking for a higher low to form where we find support. So if we're using our brains, we're looking for this to happen. We're looking for buyers to step in now at a higher point. And then we're looking for our 0 level to hold at this higher level, that continuation. But we don't take that play because we know where we are on tick. We know that we're going to revert back down because this is oscillating. So this is overbought. And what do you know? You get your higher low and you get your best buy you're going to possibly get while looking at your 0 level.
AMZN call sweep bought for strike 107 and total premiums 206.
So we're just using the market and what it's doing today, where buyers and sellers are finding value and where they're finding it is an oversold area, right? And where they're finding it is an overbought area. We're just designating those, and then we're just using our brains. Be like, oh shit, it's probably going to bounce there. And then we just look for higher lows, and then you get your continuation. So if you bought that, you could probably be up about 30-40% just off of this singular candle by buying when everyone else is panic selling. You get me? And all of a sudden you can scalp. Welcome to day trading. And you don't even need this move to actually get the continuation because you've already made money here. Now you just leave a runner, and if we get confirmation, you can add to that runner for that next leg up. But you are already in profit because you bought the literal bottom. And the reason you knew that is because you were watching tick. And that's why Mario and I just scalp these contracts all day. It's because as soon as you make the connection of where things are going to be able to bounce by looking at your market internals, everything changes. Also, INMD just hit second PT. I'm 80% out.
Absolutely insane. Is this thing liquid? Rip. Classic.
Hearing from LME as they decide to ban on Russian metals. That's the London Metal Exchange deciding to ban, deciding against the ban on Russian metal.
Let me check.
That's London Metal Exchange decides against the ban on Russian metals.
Ooh, Walmart had a really nice play. That flag was really nice. So we're just retesting these highs here. I would say that the Walmart lower time frame, you've got yourself a nice little inverse, and we're testing the top of our range right now. So what you're looking for, 30 is you're looking for a break of value high here, which is what we're at right now, and you're looking for that to hold as support, and that'll give you your range break. So you're looking for it to be able to hold 141.90 as support for a continuation up, and then you can play that to 142.20.
Spy call split bought for strike 400, and total premiums 176.
This is Russell testing Globex high. First test it sold off pretty hard there.
And it might come back down before that, so you might be able to get a secondary entry if you don't want to wait for the breakout. It might come down and do the second path here. I'm drawing it out for you. I'll post it in chat in a second.
Yeah, CJ, I'd have to go look at it, but those contracts don't move a ton unless you're short dated. They'll just naturally decay.
There you go, 30. Yeah. So either this will be our resistance point because it's the top of our range, or we'll get the break of the range, and then you just wait to see if it can hold it. And as long as it can maintain that, we're going to go back up and retest these highs.
SPY level 3 bearish put flow.
Shop is at our next PT high. You played that, it did. I mean, this thing has been playing so textbook today, guys. I don't know. I'm getting frustrated by people not touching it. Like, don't know what to tell you. It just retested the breakout of the range and then went for the continuation again. We're at 930% on these contracts from open, from our first call. Damn, I missed the Sava break while I was talking. That's unfortunate. Yeah, and shop tie. The Sava chart's pretty clean. I didn't get a chance to post it because I was explaining things, but it's okay. We might have a larger move on our hands in a second with it. Just keeping an eye. That one.
SPY level 3 bearish put flow.
And we're getting the sideways action that we want on Roblox. As long as it can hold here, then again, we're filling all of these sell orders that are here, and then we can go for the push in the gap. It's just has to maintain these levels. Right, so the more of a base that we build here, the less sellers are going to be there. We're at an equilibrium in price. Buyers and sellers are just trading within this range, and as all the sellers get filled, then we'll just have the buying left over, and then we'll have to push up. Just we have to wait to see who gets exhausted, the buyers or the sellers. Are there going to be more buyers who want to buy at these levels, or sellers who want to sell at these levels? That'll give us our range break, and then we either play the range breakdown or the range breakout. That'll give us a clue as to where people are finding value. Don't overthink it. Oh my god, shop is just fucking gone. Excuse my language, but Jesus. This Rita ticker also is from my scanners, playing really well price action wise today. No clue what it is. Some pharmaceutical garbage. But we just got a really nice break of structure. I don't know if this is liquid. I just had an alert and then forgot about it. This is what it looks like. Our ETA. I'll go look at contracts, see if there's anything decent.
168,795.
Watch Netflix for another 3-bar setup. We just recovered that VPOC and we're now holding the support from, what day is this? From November 1st? So as long as it can maintain that level, then it has a lot of room for continuation in that sense. Right, you're just looking for a flag to build here or a push out. Interesting. That dotted line is our old POC that we just are looking for this to hold the support on though. That's crazy. Yeah, there has to be a secondary signal for all these blue check marks. Like, this is the company. Just like with this parody thing. I mean, that just looks like a lawsuit waiting to happen. For whoever just made that false tweet impersonating that account. Not a lawyer, but like, I mean, if they just lost billions of dollars because of that single impersonation, I mean, yeah, exactly. All fun and games until then.
New put sweep bought for strike 4, and total premiums 187,756. XLF call sweep bought for strike 37, and total premiums 102,421.
Tyson is a decent looking setup. TSN. It's now holding the top of the old resistance point, and we're now entering a gap.
And total premiums 159,035. IWM put sweep bought for strike.
So as soon as it's able to break that old wick high,
premiums 105,456.
I guess I can draw this out again.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 397, and total premiums 107,839.
This is what we're looking for.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 392, and total premiums 175,000. BABA call sweep bought for strike 79, and total premiums 185,941.
It's starting to make sense now, right? So we're getting a retest of the old wick high. Builds up that structure there. We build up a new node, and then it can, as soon as we're able to break it and hold it, we're then able to go for the gap fill. Yeah, Netflix is at the top. Over this, I mean, it's, again, it's, I mean, I just did the drawing. Like, you guys just have to follow the charts, and then we're good to go. It just needs to hold that old POC, and then it's the breakout. It's the 3-bar that we were just talking about. I don't... There's your candle, because we were able to hold old VPOC, and it just filled that low volume node. Trying to give you money.
TSLA call sweep bought for strike 200, and total premiums 122,000.
I can tell you don't like money, Terry.
SPX put split bought for strike 3,900.
That's an easy one.
And total premiums
that was a very easy one.
60.
There's your Russell breakover, Globex high. 399 SPY. Get it? Big pump on crude there. Amazon Tesla stuck.
Seems like a lot of people don't like money here. It's crazy.
Been known to happen.
You mean that XLE 3-bar that I was telling you to play, Gav? Yes. You played it, kid? Oh, nice.
This is in chat for major doubt.
How many times do people have to just doubt me for it to be like, oh, maybe I should play? And then the one time you do, you're gonna just like FOMO your full count in without following the rules, and you're gonna lose. That's what's frustrating.
I love that.
Drives me crazy. Sava continuation, still going. It's gone. Like, how many entries have I given today that have been great for just the retests for Shop and Netflix alone? Like, they're what? We're at 1,000%, by the way, on this shop call. I just sold. I'm good enough with that. 17 cents to $1.73 per contract. MU is really going for it. What did it have news? What's the deal here? Been muted this whole day. It's classic. So you guys are just as bad if that was the case. Not letting me know. Even if I was muted, I put every chart into chat. Like, I don't... Roblox is still building this base. If it can get the breakout, I mean, this could be another big one because it's the exact same setup as before. I don't know which way it's going to go, but it's looking like it wants to go up, right? So we're looking for this just to build as a secondary, and then you play the range breakout retest. So you have multiple entries here. You have either the bottom of the range, you have your value area high retest, or you have the top of the range in the retest. There's three potential entries.
Okay, your legs just like a store, they open up and you got people in line. Been there every night for weeks at a time. You in my dreams, that's why I sleep all the time. Just to hear you say I love you, just to touch you, just to leave you behind. I told you you don't have to worry, you'll be fine. Type of thing I heard it happen all the time. Yeah, I just wanna see you fly. Because your fragrance got me faded, you'll be keeping me high.
Here, this is the chart that I've been posting. But it's the same setup, right? So you have either the bottom of the range, the mid, which is your value area high retest. So off of this candlestick, you're looking for it to come back down and retest value area high, which is our dotted white line, as support. That continuation. You then play it to the top of the range. You sell into it. You can leave a runner in case we do break over and hold. You can add to that position if we're able to hold the top of the range for a breakout continuation.
SPX call split bought for strike 4,000.
There's the move on TSN.
Premiums 105,160.
Crude candle. Nutty squeeze.
So like this is the exact same setup on TSN that we were just looking at and posted into chat, which is this consolidation of our old breakout, the retest, a breakout, and then the push and the squeeze.
Gold put sweep bought for strike 160.
Walmart's at first PT.
And total premiums 141,834.
You're just looking for it to build a base here for a continuation up, then you just play it to the top wick. You can watch Snow for a potential break of structure here, if you want to try to FOMO into a play. I guess.
For strike 200, and total premiums 160,500. SPX call split bought for strike 4,075.
It's the same setup as every setup that we've ever talked about, which is you're building a range off of the old break of structure, and you're looking for it to break value area high and hold. It's the same thing. So you're buying the retest of breakout for continuation. You need a solid candle above, a retest candle, and you can go for the continuation play. We're at the top of the range right now, so this is not where you buy. You wait. Charts posted in chat. Chop pushing through It's now at our 4-hour range target, that 40.97, building up for a secondary.
NYMEX gasoline December futures settle at $2.56 a gallon.
I am no longer in 0 DTs for this. Like I said, I sold at 1,000%. But it has room for continuation if it can hold. And it's that simple. 40.68 is all you need. It needs to hold the halfway back, build a base here, then you're good. Just let it flag.
NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $86.47 a barrel, which is up $2.49 or 2.88%.
Are you guys watching Roblox? Sorry.
399 target on SPY. No, it's fine.
Roblox hit first PT from if you bought at value area high. Now it's at the top of our range, testing wick high here.
And total premiums 133,200.
Today, Gav.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get it. I mean, ES popped 4K, so I obviously doubted, but here we be.
Here we be. Indeed.
NYMEX diesel December futures settle at $3.55.
Watching Tesla for a potential ascending triangle break.
And NYMEX natural gas December futures settle at $5.87.
So on a 3-minute, you've got an ascending triangle. On the 15-minute, you have a range and a potential 3-bar setting up. So you just wait to see if it can hold. You can go for that third candle from the 15. Setup.
TSLA call sweep bought for strike 200 and total premiums 105.
Yeah, Jason, so now you just wait to see if we can hold the top, right? So hold a runner or go back for a re-entry if we can hold the top of this, and then we have the gap fill above us. But, you know, being able to capture either the mid or the low of that range gives you such a better, it just gives you an advantage, right? Because you're immediately profitable, and even if we reject here, you'll be profitable. TSN's going for the retest. Sava continuation. Jesus. So sad I missed this. Yeah, did you actually take that snow play? Because you'd be good here. I forgot I ever got buys.
The most Crom thing I've heard in a long time.
Hey, you have a pretty good average on them as well.
There's only two people who would do that. That's me and Crom.
Yeah, it's an unsettling day. Banks are closed. Anyone get in that shop breakout? Or sorry, that snow break? Continuation. All you need is that value area high test, the break of structure, and then the continuation. It's the same play for the entirety of the day. We're looking for TSN to find support here. If TSN can build a base, then it has potential for continuation, but we need to see a couple more candles. This is the TSN one. We want it to hold that old, the 6710 level. Start to kind of build a flag for its next leg up. You don't need to play that one. I'm just finding things off of the scanner now because I don't know what else to do. INMD.
Put sweep bought for strike 187, and total premiums 147,213.
This is from our Netflix chart that we posted with our path just a couple seconds ago, maybe a minute. Right, so you just have your flag structure form, you have the break of the range, you have the retest of the breakout where it flags again, and you have a continuation. You're looking for it to hold the halfway back from the last 15-minute candle for confirmation for continued move up, right? And then it goes for the wick high.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 393, and total premiums 166,000. ARKK put sweep bought for strike 40.5, and total premiums 123,000. IWM put sweep bought for strike 187, and total premiums 178,000.
Oh no. I mean, I'm glad it worked. But yeah, my bad. That's why I try to post the chart name with it.
Another classic. Absolute classics today.
So for your snow continuation, again, same setup. You're looking for value area high. Understand that value area high is going to move as price moves with it. So we're looking for it to break out of that value again to show that buyers are still interested for the continuation up, right? So that's all that we're looking for. We're looking for a retest of the break, or at least a retest of either a break of structure or a break of value. That's what we're looking for. So these are PTs above for snow. Just looking for price to be able to build here off of that large candle up that we just saw. I marked some PTs above. Snow, man, geez.
SPY call sweep bought for strike 400, and total premiums 118,000.
Walmart's now at the top of our box here.
For strike 4,000, and total premiums 133,000.
Followed our path really nicely, held our old breakout, and is now pushing.
And total premiums 126,000.
So this is our opening range high that we're now testing for Walmart. Would stop loss be break below value area high for which ticker? Sorry.
No.
Snow? No. I would say you should just draw your halfway back. It depends on when. Are you entering right now? That's, I guess. So you're looking for a value area high test and then a re-entry. So you just can mark your last. I would put it.
Let that thing go.
I mean, yeah, I guess you can if you want, but I think that you should just mark it as your last 15 minutes halfway back. That to me is always ideal. It's like the distance of. This is the box I would mark. Yellow. This yellow box.
Right. We have made it over 399, guys. Incredible. Target hit.
Yeah, because you're gonna get a pullback probably to the yellow box if it doesn't just hold our dotted white line. But I mean, the pullback to the yellow would make the most sense to me. I mean, this thing's on a mission though. Roblox is testing the highs of this range as support. Value just moved.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says that India can buy Russian oil at any price if it does not use a Western insurance or maritime services. Coming from an interview here. US Treasury Secretary Yellen says she is happy for India, China, and Africa to get a bargain on Russian oil, inside or outside of the price cap.
Yeah, so I mean, I think a good example of right now for oops, God, I can stand with sometimes.
Like
look,
all the time?
yeah, look at what's happening with our regression channel. What's the pattern that we've been trading for the day? We get these moves from our bottom, and we go up. We kind of consolidate sideways, and then we'll go up again, and then we'll go to our bottom of our channel, then we'll consolidate sideways. We'll go up again, consolidate sideways, right? And that's going with our oscillator that we've got going on with us. So we're at our negative 500 now, and we're at our mid on our regression. So we're either looking for this break of structure to hold, we're coming back down, and then we're going for that push, or we're going to oscillate down here for a bit and then go for those higher lows.
And total premiums 109,800.
Get me? So this is another one of those things where we're resetting. Because we're at our highs, so we want the most value we can out of our out of tick. So let's move over these lines. We know where our tops and bottoms are. So if we move these over, we get what? This pattern again, right? Which is our push up, break to our 500, 0, and then continuation. So what we look for now here on tick are just those high or low bases to form from our bottom. I mean, we've got a 15-minute video I made on tick just for the divergences in itself, if you want a quick one. But I mean, every single time I do one of these things is just us teaching it, right? You don't need to watch a longer term video if you can see it live.
Mamba, you already know that I was. Try to keep it quiet though.
SPX call split bought for strike 4000 and total premiums 283,150. IWM put sweep bought for strike 187, and total premiums 104,710.
Come on, baby, come on, yeah. Come on, whisper in my ear. If you ain't gonna make your intentions sugar, make 'em crystal clear. Every second is another golden opportunity slipping on by. Another chance, Lord, another chance, baby, for me to make it all right. So wait, move it on over, move it on over to the high side. Move it on over, move it on over to the high side. It's a sticky situation, Lord, yes, when you don't give a damn. And if you ain't been taught some manners, boy, then she bound to smack your hand. So you gotta move it on over, move it on.
AMD put sweep bought for strike 73, and total premiums 154,132. QQQ put sweep bought for strike 283, and total premiums 117,260.
It's a hard-nosed world that we live in, and we know life is full of pain. It's a hard-nosed world that we live in, and it's only love between us, woman, keep us both from going insane. Move it on over, move it on over to the high side. You got to move it on over, move it on over to the high side. Move it on over, move it on over to the high side. Move it on over, move it on over to the high side.
SPX call split bought for strike 4,000, and total premiums 100,640.
Beautiful, Jason. Yeah, perfect. I have a quick question about these two demand zones. This thing up.
XBI call sweep bought for strike 90, and total premiums 105,978.
The two demands. Okay, so the first one is using an old supply level, and the second one is far. Where's the second one? I'm confused. Oh shit. Okay, that's two images. My bad. Yeah, so this is why I think using those fair value gaps is so nice, right? Because the first one you're using a fair value gap. The second one you're using just the old wicking the buy. That's why I really do prefer the fair value gap ones for intraday scalping. We know exactly where that buying demand is, you know? You have I feel like there are better odds using that. Because you tag the FEG and then we immediately find buyers and push. Exactly, yeah. Whereas like with yours, it's the same thing, but the bottom on the first area of your on the second image is actually the bottom of the FEG, right? So either tag is possible and they both technically can play and buyers are there, but just that would be the secondary buy, right? Because like that's actually where the base push was. Is what is the spy? Yeah. Oh, this is the actual option. Yeah. So just like this right here is actually the base of your FEG, whereas this is the top, and that's actually where we found the buyers. Is right there at that wick low. So yeah, it's a much more accurate level. So you end up with your FEG like this. Have a great
Peace,
one,
Cass.
Cass. Later.
SPX call split bought for strike 4010, and total premiums
Let's see if they push up into that, CJ.
132,535.
Meta CEO Zuckerberg says, I'm not planning to massively grow the headcount of the Reality Labs unit going forwards.
Looking for a 0 hold here on tick. So far, we're below our halfway back on SPY. You'd see a recovery of that, or we'll probably see a retest of our bottom of our range. There's the bottom of your range test for SPY. See if buyers come in or if we have a trend change and confirmation.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 395, and total premiums 115,422.
Yeah, Matt, so as long as it has a pretty solid correlation with how the rest of SPY has been trading, you just want to be looking for highly correlated stocks, right? So you want to be trading things that follow SPY pretty immediate. And then you can play whatever you want, as long as it has that correlation factor. That's basically what we're saying. It's like you can use tick, which is just nicey, right? Like that's what we're looking at, the nicey tick. So it's giving you an overview of everything that's trading within it. Then we just use fold, and we use our tick levels to get better entry and exit signals for the moves, because most things trade together, actually. My question always is like, why are you trading anything other than SPY if we have so much more information that we can use? We have so much more at our disposal to accurately figure out which way we're going to go and when we're going to, make that move. Utilize the tools that you have. The only time you should be trading other names are when they have like high momentum and high relative volume and are just going to go up regardless because of the amount of buying pressure or selling pressure.
This is why we've been so focused on SPY this year, right? Because everything's there. We don't need to go anyplace else.
Yeah, if I'm looking at other tickers, it's because I think that we're gonna be able to make more money off of that move than SPY itself playing like a SPY call, right? So if like premiums are pumped on SPY, but we see that Snow or Tesla or Apple, the premiums aren't so jacked, and we can make more money off of the same move that SPY makes, but we're gonna be able to get a bigger or like a larger premium move, then we play those contracts instead. Because we know that when SPY moves, those will move. Then we can just play the break for the contract.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 390, and total premiums 123,244.
So we just hit another extreme, right? So now we need to reevaluate, because now we have a shift. So what happens here is going to be very important. We're now at the bottom of our range. So if we find buyers, then we can look for higher lows to start forming on our tick, where we're looking for our 500 and then our 0. that'll give us our bounce that we're looking for. But understand that we now have a trend shift with us being here. So our first is going to be a rejection point, the top of our range. We want to see that base build and give us the potential for that continuation and that bounce back up. Yeah, so I mean, well, to think about it like this, it's the exact opposite of what we were just doing, right? So we know that now that we've hit our extreme, we are going to be finding resistance at these known levels that we've already been marking out. So we're looking for our 500 level to hold as a resistance. We're looking for our 0 level to hold as a resistance on tick. And we're looking to see how price reacts at those levels to give us either our continuation signals down, right? So if we're oscillating and we're unable to breach over negative 500 and we do one of these, then we know that we're in that downtrend now and we're looking for an oscillation of that. Change this to white.
SPX call split bought for strike 4,000 and total premiums 102,650.
Yes, you're looking for lower highs and lower lows. Perfect. But we're just at the bottom, like, again, we're just trading in this range that's been developed before. So we're looking for buyers to step in now that we're back at these lows where we found value before. And we're looking for this same concept to continue, which is higher low, higher low, higher low. This is just a larger retrace right now. As of, I don't know if it'll continue, but as of right now, all we've done is come back down to where we have the last 3 times, right? So if we're building a channel, we have our higher lows that keep forming, and we're now at the base of our channel. So we can make another regression where we start here and move. This is what you're looking for it to. I can delete this now that we're out of it. We're either looking for an equal low or a higher low, and buyers to step in to take us back into this channel. If we don't get it, then we wait for a breakdown of our channel, which is this previous low. We're looking for a rejection, that continuation down. It's really good sauce, especially when tech is leading. And I guess we can show that as well. So we can see that DXY is bottomed, right? And that's when we're getting our stop and our change of when tech stops running. So what we need is for this to come back up to these levels. Probably mark this right here. And we want to see a rejection at these points for continuation back. And that would be your flag to start to form. And for that pivot to react as resistance. If they can't do that, then we're going to come right back up to that old range that we were trading in. And you're going to get sideways or some downside price action while that builds.
SPX put split bought for strike 3,975 and total premiums 114,540.
So what are we looking for here on tick? We had equal lows at our 1000. We're looking for at the 0 for this 500 to form a base. That gives you your higher low base. And the ability for us to then trade back in this range and do one of these. A rejection of 0 and a push below our negative 500, the continuation in this chop, just gives us our trend continuation down. Remember, this is a 1 minute chart, so like if I go to a 15, what are we looking at? Looking at a mess is what we're looking at here. So when we go back and we look at where resistance used to be, we see our wicking happening here, see our wicking happening here, and then we see our doji here. So when we come back down into the zone, we're looking for buyers to step in again for us to be the push back up. In a really easy way that I've been trying to like program into you people, it's just this, right? You take your last high, you take your last low, and you just do one of these. 0.5 to 618. That's your resistance point. And you can do this over and over again. We're looking for that to break. We need it to break and hold that as support for our continuation up. You do this for every impulsive move on every time frame. Next week's a little far out, man. We don't know that. You'll get there. It's honestly, you will. It's just recognizing patterns. I'm pretty good at pattern recognition just because I'm gonna assume it's because I'm an artist, right? So like I see a lot of the same kind of things in this. I think that's like the one benefit that I have is being able to like visualize things. But I mean, if you can understand or just have a checklist of like what you're looking for and then being able to go through it, it'll help you out a ton. So with this right here, we're seeing our negative 500 holding, but price still continuing down, right? But we are seeing a waning in that selling pressure. So we're just waiting to see if this can set up. And once we get over that 0 level, you have that potential for that squeezer that we're looking for. And that would give you a short-term reversal. We're just looking for it to get over that 618. As of right now, we just have a trend continuation where we're able to oscillate from our negative 1000 to our 0 level, just like we were doing when we were bullish. We now have the same thing happening, but on a bearish level. Netflix for sure will make one. They love that stuff. Oh my god. Everything. All right. Yeah, you don't have to play them to learn, right? It's just come up with a plan, figure out what you would have done, be able to recognize those, and then when you do want to go and play, just make sure that you're following your rules that you've created from the paper trading, and then you're good to go. Like that's you got to learn the system. You have to get that pattern recognition down, and once you've done that, you'll be able to develop and be able to know when these kind of squeeze things are happening, right? And luckily, we've got the signals in chat from this chart that are showing us that bullish, those higher lows. But I mean, saw before even either of these signals popped up that we were talking about it, right? So we were able to capture moves like this that might not even go for the full breakout, but as long as we're able to see it, we're going to be able to monetize that in the future.
You talk about how impressive that candle on the Russell was. Thing is insane.
It's your 500 oscillation. One tick. Looking for a zero hold now. It's just like simple concepts that we can just master. What was resistance? You want this to now flag and hold the support for the push. That'll give you your zero test and your continuation.
For strike 102, and total premiums 177,000.
Just realize again that if you look at a higher time frame, we just are going to be able to test our halfway back of our last 15-minute candle, and that's what this move is from our demand. We were able to mark with just this gray box. So you'll be able to get this move up and be able to play just a bear flag. But having an entry at these bottoms, understanding that we're making these higher lows, gives you an entry that is so much better than everyone else that even on this fail, right? Even right here, if we break down, you're already up a ton. So you're able to benefit where everyone else is starting to get into their position. You're able to get out of your position and exit into them.
For strike 284, and total premiums 110,925.
This is your zero test for tick. Still holding our base that we need to. Yeah, like if you get your good entries where you're practicing these little price action reversals with tick, your first PT is where everyone else is entering. Yeah, so that's first PT here. It's your halfway back of your last 15-minute candle. And now you can just chill. I mean, we said the range, right? So it's either you're playing the reversal from your zero base, or sorry, from your negative 500 base, or you're playing your zero base on tick. Right? So you're either buying your higher low, or you're buying your retest here. Because what's happening? We broke the range, and now we're going to go to our halfway back of our last 15-minute candle. We know that, which is this red bar here. So you are either buying for this move up, and understanding that this is probably going to be a resistance for your continuation, I mean, like, nothing's changed. We're still oscillating just from our extreme, right? It's the same system from when we're on the call side, but now we're just on the bear side. So this oscillation from our low is the same thing, but we're now in a negative trend. So when we get to our 500 level, just like we were doing when we were bullish, look at what was happening when we were bullish. Every time we hit our negative 500, we bounced. So if we're now at a tick extreme from the bottom, we know that we're going to reject every time we go to this 500 level. Right? Now we have the oscillation occurring where it's this negative 500 to 500. But what we're looking for, because we're bullish, we're more bullish than bearish in our mentality, is we're looking for these higher lows from the extreme, right? So we're still able to hold our last base, and we're seeing that the base happened at 500. We're now 1, 2. Now we're looking for that 0 to be maintained. We get that, plus we get our level of hold here, that gives us our push. That's why we're able to go into this play and understand the risk to reward. We understand what we're looking for and what tick needs to do for continuation. It's the same thing. That's why I said this is a fine secondary entry if you missed your first. You can add into this position as it builds and take profit into this level, understanding that it's just our halfway back of our full candle. And then we just pay attention to our timers here, understanding what the higher time frames are doing. So if we go to our 1 hour, which is what's coming up, what is our 1 hour actually showing us? Let's delete this white line so we can see what we're working with. Delete this. What actually do we have going on here on the 1 hour? It's a 3-bar up on the 1, right? Which is why we put our demand zone down here, because we understand that we're still bullish overall. And if we know to look for that 0 hold, then we understand that as this bar closes, the hourly, and we're able to maintain our halfway back in our 618, that we're going to go for a continuation up. We have a 3-bar forming. All we did was come right back down to our support, or our demand level. Yo, sir, appreciate it. So now we've recovered our halfway back of the last 15 minutes, and we're rejecting. Now we want to see if we can build a base here. Just want to see that flag form, the continuation.
isolation with my code. The enlightened construct of my roof.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 397, and total premiums 101,378. TSLA call sweep bought for strike 195, and total premiums 105,818.
It's houseless men that make me fret, my earth won't make it home. Genocide, psychopaths, warlords make the maps. A masculine audacity that's woven in the stats. Femininity and wanton touch heels and serpents back. And if healing is a balance, I let balance take control. I need some love to hold on to. Outside the shadow that I run. I sell myself for the wealth I belong to. Like the vibes that I love. By virtue of this being Plato's cave, the crowd beholds the culture that enchants the shadow's game. Compartmentalizing colors by as lie evolve and change. To seeing dark colored people in handcuffs getting slain.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 391, and total premiums 116,288.
Caucasian colors stacked. Attacks based on the fact you're black just means discrimination's free to act. And if power needs an underclass sustained, then they'll move blindly forward at the cost of weakest pay. And color doesn't matter if you're just too poor to play. And power has no ear to answer weakness on their level of the game. You may need someone to hold on to, but I saw your shadow go. I sell myself for the wealth I belong to, while I watch you flower.
Early market on close imbalance, 280 million to the buy side.
TSLA put sweep bought for strike 190, and total premiums 135,447.
Racing to the top may seem a catalyst to change, but humans seem misguided by reprisals of their rage. The emotion that insists the soul engage, but power keeps your apathy sustained. Exhaustion and your portion spent on escorts and cocaine. Attacks on artifacts of the instincts that humans crave. But the cycle says there's always more to gain, and that man might be designed to keep he and his fellows safe, but not at the cost of what is clean instead of sane. You get impatient on impartial ways to act. Get out of line, you get exiled or get your neck snapped.
These retraces. What a beautiful market.
HCP call sweep bought for strike 35, and total premiums 108,256.
What's it like to not have to think about it? It seems nice.
Hey! Been trying to meet you. Hey, must be a devil.
ARKK level 3 bullish call flow.
Wow, Leighton.
TSLA put split bought for strike 190, and total premiums 229,540. AAPL call sweep bought for strike 152.5, and total premiums 126,000.
Stop. With your feet on the air, your head on the ground. Try this trick and spin it. Yeah.
NVDA put sweep bought for strike 160, and total premiums 173,632. SPY put sweep bought for strike 398, and total premiums 228,542. SPY call sweep bought for strike 403, and total premiums 174,956. AMZN call sweep bought for strike 107, and total premiums 122,062.
Early market on close imbalance 280 million to the buy side.
SPY call split bought for strike 399, and total premiums 294,400.
I got like 17 minutes here. I've always been chilling most this afternoon.
An ICE Brent crude January futures settle at $95.99 a barrel.
INTC lead put flow.
Early market on close imbalance 280 million to the buy side.
Market flow large put inflow in the last 5 minutes.
XLF call sweep bought for strike 36.5, and total premiums 120,000. EWAC call sweep bought for strike 25, and total premiums 397,500. MSFT call sweep bought for strike 250, and total premiums 195,525.
INTC leap put flow.
SPX put split bought for strike 3,840, and total premium 754,000.
Twice I turned my back on you. I fell flat on my face but didn't lose. Tell me where would I go? Tell me what led you on, I'd love to know. Was it the blue night, gone fragile? Was it about the man in wonder steady gone under? Was it the light waves so frightening? Was it a two wheels? One a mirror holding a steering now. Thought I had an answer once, but your random way swept me alone. Colossal sign, so I got lost with so many lovers singing songs. Was it the blue night, gone fragile? Was it about the man in wonder steady gone under? Was it the light waves so frightening? Was it a two wheels? One a mirror holding a steering now.
Market on closed imbalance, 3 spot to 1 billion to the buy side. We'll just wait for the final orders to come through before we call it. Market on closed imbalance, 3.1 billion to the buy side.
COST level 3 bullish call flow.
AMZN call sweep bought for strike 102, and total premiums 420,458. XLB call sweep bought for strike 82, and total premiums 169,977. TSLA call sweep bought for strike 197.5, and total premiums 194,340. TSLA call sweep bought for strike 202.5, and total premiums 101,640. TSLA call sweep bought for strike 205, and total premiums 225,583. TSLA put sweep bought for strike 195, and total premiums 520.
No, he said 3 billion to the buy side, Leighton. Said 3.2 bill to the buy. Do you see how we're able to just draw out what's going to happen, understanding just the oscillations and how price reacts in between the zones? Like, it's not magic. Over 100% win rate. True. Somehow, I did it.
QQQ call sweep bought for strike 289, and total premiums 132,255.
Just look for this next range to build if that's what you're wanting. Let's delete this so it's not just some chicken scratch on the chart. We want price to chop in between this zone and then a break of value. If not, then you're just going to get that sell. We can't break value high here.
AAPL call sweep bought for strike 150, and total premiums 107,300.
There's your Netflix push, Leighton. Good call.
SPY put sweep bought for strike 394, and total premiums 109,440.
$285s are closing at 400% up for Netflix. 290s are now in the money. Can't get over POC. End of day.
QQQ put sweep bot
See if you can hold the halfway back.
88.
Get another reverse move next 5 minutes. If you're looking for buyers to step in here and buy.
TSLA put sweep bot for strike 193.33 and total premiums 131,450. TSLA call sweep bot for strike 197.5 and total premiums 212,265.
Have a good one, Sauce. Have a good weekend. Hopefully you made some money for the bachelor party.
That's right, Sauce is going hard this weekend. Forgot about that.
And total premiums 127,728. TSLA put sweep bot for strike 193.33 and total premiums 280,000. SPY put sweep bot for strike 390 and total premiums 106,301.
Rip Sauce.
Coin put sweep bot for strike 55 and total premiums 164,990.
I don't know if these will print, but I'm going to take a small position in the LAZR 8.5s for next week. There's 72,000 volume on them today. Just noticed. Good chance these go to zero, but worth the weekend risk with the amount we made today.
QQQ call split bot for strike 290 and total premiums 256,433.
Have a good one, Leighton.
GM put sweep bot for strike 41 and total premiums 296,811. HD put sweep bot
Goodbye,
for
Leighton.
strike 305 and total premiums 116,996. IWM put sweep bot for strike 185 and total premiums 144,000. LRCX put sweep bot for strike 500 and total premiums
All caps.
129,850. For strike 390 and total premiums 130.
This is weird. This 72k volume. We'll see. Watch them be $0 on Monday. I don't know. Something.
A lot of classics today. That's another classic.
Yeah.
Surely they won't be worthless.
SLA put sweep bought for strike 195, and total premiums 140.
Oh no, you didn't get films? Well, maybe I saved you 30 bucks. We'll see.
I didn't take them either, so they're going to 2,000 times. You're welcome.
Again, you guys know the drill. You want me to review any charts, just let me know. I'll be around. I probably won't get to it right away, but I will answer it and give you an in-depth review if you want me to for anything. Just let me know. I'll make sure this VOD's recorded and posted to my YouTube so that you guys can use it for reference if that's something that you want. And I will see you all Monday.
Adios, guys.